Okay. So we just sweat the whole time? Lovely.
Do you remember that in the ordinance? So I always turn it off.
Oh, yeah. Last year, we haven't had a really hot day this year. This is the first like 90-degree day. So I might just have to sweat.
Yay. It's actually good.
You can? Just speak into the mic? Okay. Well,
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. We're watching on the video.
Okay.
But if you guys want us to turn it down.
if you use your mic, it should be okay. Speaker.
Hello.
So now yours is on, then you have to hit it again.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started, 7 o'clock. Hey, Deb, could you please call roll?
Chair Adding,
Present.
Commissioner Newfield, Commissioner Mellon,
Here.
Commissioner Snable,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
and Commissioner Kenneth.
Here.
All right, so we do have a quorum. All right, so tonight we have a public hearing. The agenda tonight is going to be 2 issues, 2 resolutions. I'll read them off really quickly right now, then we'll go to the staff update, audience business, and then we'll open up the public hearing. The first public hearing resolution is Resolution 201902, a resolution of the Planning and Community Development Commission of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, recommending that the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees adopt an ordinance amending Second and Park Subdivision Planned Unit Development, Final PUD Development Plan. The second resolution, 2019-03, a resolution of the Planning and Community Development Commission of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, recommending that the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees adopt an ordinance approving an application by Singular Wireless PS LLC for the use of a special review of a wireless telecommunications facilities. We then have the commission reports, and then we'll adjourn. Paul, can we start with the staff update?
Sure. I'll go over current planning and then current development and then planning. First, in current development, we did receive the submittal from Summit, the housing group, and we're reviewing that for completeness. And the engineering, the new engineering firm is reviewing the drainage and the engineering plans, the civil and the sewer, water. Their submission looks substantially complete, so we should be able to get that out for referral either by the end of the week or early next week. And that starts a 28-day referral period. The Red Lion Dispensary also resubmitted. You guys had seen their commercial mixed-use design guidelines previously. We're hoping to meet with them on Monday and start scheduling hearings for that development review. I think those are the big current development ones. 446 Main, we tried to work with them. They are definitely backed out. Next. Yeah, that's totally done. From the long-range planning side, I haven't had a chance to activate the acquired parcels yet and get the group together. The Parks and Rec Commission is looking at expanding their initial recommendation, from what I hear, to acquiring all the parcels. But we haven't gotten a formal recommendation for those in Apple Valley yet. I hope to set that up between this and our next meeting so we can have a meeting and transfer items and start going out and visiting those sites. The downtown design guidelines, we're still trying to get a grant from DOLA to trot those out to the community. or it's either DOLA or the Main Street program. And so we're hoping to solidify that within the next few weeks as well, so that we can have public meetings with, general public meeting with everyone, residents, meetings with the businesses and landowners. That's the update.
So our next meeting is going to be, I assume, August 5th?
No,
Or August 12th.
correct.
So August 12th, so we'll have a workshop, so we don't have a public hearing.
No.
Will we have the first language for the artisan zoning to review on that date?
We had one more. Was that the next step to bring?
Yeah,
that
you-
was.
you were gonna make-
You're right. I do not have that yet, but I can draft up some language
On August
that
12th.
could. I think what we had decided, we were going to add that into the code as a permitted use,
Yeah.
and then a conditional use for higher impact.
Yeah.
And so I will try to work with the council to get some draft language that we could at least look at in a workshop and see if we want to move that forward for a recommendation.
All right, so we can make August 12th a workshop, the artisan zoning and the acquired parcels?
Correct. And it's possible that could be the development review for Lions Den, but
Okay,
it's
so we
not.
could have a public hearing.
We
on
could
that.
have a public hearing.
Okay.
But
Is everybody
right
going to
now
be here
it's-
August 12th?
There's nothing set up.
I believe so.
Okay.
What was the question?
All right, okay. Anything else on the planning side at all?
Those were the two big ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me go ahead and open it up to audience business. If anybody would like to approach the commission
I don't think-
and speak on anything not related to the public hearing tonight. All right, so I will close the audience business as expected. All right, so we need to open up the public hearing. If you can help me out on points of order on this, because points of order are not our core competency. But do we start with the staff report on Resolution 2019-02?
I'll recuse.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sure. PCDC Resolution 2019-02 is looking at the site or the PUD for Second and Park, which included the habitat, the 6 habitat dwelling units. In particular, it's with regard to the site plan that was adopted as part of that PUD. When you adopt a PUD, you submit a site plan, and that site plan has a particular footprint for the building and improvements on the site. So it is a form-based zone that you can't easily modify. When we adopted that, there was no provision for modification of the site plan, which we may talk about that in a little bit. But we would recommend that that PCDC, staff recommends that PCDC ask the Board of Trustees to add a provision for minor modifications to the site, to the footprint. So in 2016, when this was adopted, there was a layout for the 6 habitat homes. There were 3 buildings with 2 homes each. In the staff report, there's a diagram from the site plan adopted in 2016 and the one that was recently submitted. That site plan shows the middle building having an extended footprint in the rear in case there is a need for accessibility. That location changed slightly, and so to get that what was developed consistent with what with the site plan, Habitat submitted a new site plan that represents what was built. There was also a modification of the porches in the front, and that was because the fire marshal suggested that there needed to be a 1 hour, I think it's a 1 hour fire separation between adjacent units. So there would be a wall in between those porches, and the design didn't really work that well. You know, you would go out and you couldn't look left. So Habitat, when they submitted their construction documents, moved that porch to separate the porch between the two units. So you didn't have to have a wall on one side of your porch.
So did they make those porches smaller?
I don't think they were smaller, they just shifted.
Okay.
Is the way I understand it.
And does
So-
it still meet the fire protection?
It did, because they're not adjoined, so they're separated by I forget how many feet, but yes, it still met the fire separation by moving those porches slightly away from each other. So the two modifications were the location of the rear of the middle building and the moving to the outside of the structure, the porch in the front. So the resolution you have before you is to adopt a amended site plan that reflects those modifications. Staff does not believe this affects anything other than that, than the footprint of the building. So all of the original criteria that were applied and accepted as part of the original PUD still apply. So staff recommends approval of the adjusted site plan, and along with that, a recommendation that the Board of Trustees adopt language into the PUD that allows for minor modification of the site plan.
Is that generic for all PUDs or just this specific one?
That would just be for this PUD.
Oh, just for this PUD.
Every PUD is unique in its nature.
Yeah.
So that would apply to this one. In the future, I would recommend, possibly sticking that in, because construction plans can change slightly.
Yeah.
There's no, Brandon Dittman, town attorney. As Paul mentioned briefly, there's no process within the Lyons Municipal Code at this time for amending a PUD, which is the reason why we're here tonight, making these minor modifications, which really have no impact on the overall, PUD. And so our recommendation would be that there be a recommendation from the PCDC to the town board to, at least for this PUD, to allow there to be an administrative process to make minor modifications.
Absolutely, yeah.
Let me shut that.
Okay. All right, so any other comments from staff? Thanks, that was really bugging me.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was getting a little hard to hear.
Yeah. Any other comments for staff?
No.
Comments on staff?
No.
Okay, so can I have someone,
Well, I think we have a presentation from the applicant next.
oh, the applicant, that's right.
Yeah,
And then
thank
we
you
need
for that.
public comment after
That's
that.
right, I need public comment. All right, can we have the presentation from the applicant, please?
Yeah, and please come up to the microphone, and for the public record, we need to know your name and address. Yep.
Address?
Name and address, yep.
Okay. My name is Steven Scott. I live in Denver, Colorado. My address is 1027 East 20th Avenue. And I'm the construction director at Habitat for Humanity. So when we looked at the PUD, we initially had the architectural design, actually we'll start with the fourth bedroom. So the fourth bedroom house, which is the middle unit, had the fourth bedroom on the second floor. We looked at that and we decided that we had a homeowner that had a disability that needed an ADA home, and we also decided that we wanted to do the other house so that it could be ADA accessible, since this is permanently affordable housing here in Lyons, so that there was ADA accessible as well as age-in-place accessible housing in our development. So we lowered it to the first floor, and when we did that, we also realized that the handicap ramp, when you do a handicap ramp, you have a very specific slope, and it's 1 inch of drop for every 1 foot of horizontal run. So in order to do that, since we're in the floodplain, that was a very long ramp. So we needed to push those two together to accommodate for the length of the ramp. So that's the reason for the fourth bedroom. The front porches modification, the front porches are exactly the same size. Everything, the footprint wise, is exactly the same square footage. We separated them out, as Paul said, for a fire code for 2 reasons. It's a 2-hour firewall. It is a very expensive firewall, and this is affordable housing, and we are Habitat. So any little bit that we can do is helpful. It also, from a community standpoint, if you're walking outside and you can look across and see your neighbor and say hello, that Habitat is very interested in community. That's probably the #1 thing that we care about with Habitat. Not #1, but it's a very big thing for us. So the community aspect, as well as the fire code aspect, as well as the general funding aspect, was why we separated those two out.
How far did you separate them to get 2-hour rating?
So it's over 15 feet. You need 10 feet to have it's well over the 10-foot margin.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant at all? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
So now we'll open the public hearing
Now
for any
we'll open-
public comment.
Okay, now we'll open the public comment, right? Okay, so open it up for public comment. Anybody? Going? 3, 2, 1. All right, I'll close the public comment. All right, so can I ask the commission for a motion for tonight, for this part of the public hearing?
I'll move to recommend that the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees adopt an ordinance amending Second and Park Subdivision Planned Unit Development, Final PUD Development Plan, as well as adopting language into the PUD to allow for administrative process to make minor modifications of the site plan.
Or of the PUD in general?
Yes, adopt language into the PUD to allow for administrative process to make minor modifications.
All right. Deb, could you read that back really, so we have that clear? I just want to make sure you.
So well.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you got it.
Move to recommend the resolution and the language for the admin process also in the PUD plan.
Okay.
It's not exactly what you said, but
Sure.
Close it.
Should I read it to
Wanna
get
read
the
it
exact
again?
verbiage?
you can,
This is a long one, so
or you
try.
can email it to me and I'll put it in the minutes.
we could do it. Is that,
That's fine. We do that all the
fine.
time with
Okay.
We do that all the
BOT.
time? Okay.
in that case, let's do it that way.
So long as everyone's clear on what they're voting on, that's the
Yeah.
important part.
All right, okay. And, okay, so I need a second for the motion?
Yes.
I second.
All right.
I second.
All right, Doug wins, so he got the second. All right, any comments or deliberation?
I think this is an easy one. I see these are minor modifications, and it's for a good cause, and this is sort of one of those facilities that we see in town as being a benefit to the people of Lyons and to affordable housing. So we're glad to see this, and happy to adopt language so that this can work, with minor modifications, so we don't have to go through this kind of process to make these adjustments that are really something that should be allowable on the site.
Doug, any comments?
No, I concur.
Yeah. Any comments? I just want to apologize for you driving to Denver, from Denver to here tonight. We've got music in the park, you might want to stop.
I used to live in Lyons. I love it here.
Okay, so.
I got married. That's why I moved to Denver.
Oh, yeah, I got married, that's why I moved here. Okay, so, absolutely. I mean, what's the recourse, to say no and tear the unit down? I mean, obviously, that ain't gonna happen. And we'll make sure in the future that this can be done by an administrative review. We'll put that language in next time we do a PUD, so we apologize about that. All right, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes, 0 nays. So that passes. Thanks for your time. So,
Thank you, guys.
all right, let's move on to item 2 in the public hearing, Resolution 2019-03. Maybe this one will be a little bit more interesting.
Because town boards will consider it, so the ex parte.
So do I have to adjourn this public hearing and start a new public hearing for the next item?
We already closed the public hearing, so we just need to read the title of the resolution, and then we'll move on to that. Calling
Okay.
the next item Resolution X.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so should I reread it? here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So calling the next item Resolution 2019-03.
Okay, so calling the next item, Resolution 2019-03, a resolution of the Planning and Community Development Commission of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, recommending that the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees adopt an ordinance approving an application by Singular Wireless PCS LLC for the use by special review of a wireless telecommunications facility. Paul, can we start with the staff report, please?
Sure. AT&T is, Singular Wireless is requesting the special use permit to allow the construction of a 55-foot monopine at 603 Indian Lookout Road. That is the Forsberg property. The new tower would substantially increase the reliability of the AT&T network in town, as well as in Apple Valley and St. Vrain Valley, our growth area. The application, after thorough review, complies with the review by special use submittal requirements. The review process and the evaluation criteria in 16.735 uses by special review, and the purpose and intent of the general standards and design requirements in Chapter 16, Article 11, the wireless telecommunication facilities. The monopine would be located next to another monopine that is up there. It would be, there is no opportunity for co-location on that other facility because there's additional height needed for the reliability that is the network coverage that is required. The applicant who is here will present some camouflage options that we have not settled on one in particular. I think the dominant species up there is ponderosa pine, and so we would want to match the camouflage to the surrounding. After review with the our new engineering firm, there were a number of requests they had that if this special use permit is approved, that the town receive and accept, I think it were 7 conditions, including a site plan that shows proposed grading and limits of disturbance, proposed grading for the access and utility easement, a sediment and erosion control management plan that would be active during construction, and additional details on the concrete pad and building foundation, a plan for the revegetation of any disturbed area, a final geotech report for the area underneath the monopine, and permanent fencing detail for the that is more complete for the fence that is around the facility. And so because the camouflage has not been determined, we would also want to accept, have a submittal and acceptance of the final camouflage, if not approved in this meeting.
So what's the process you recommend here? That seems like a lot of open-ended items.
Those are open-ended items. They are not required by our code, but because this is a special use permit,
Yeah.
we can request those as a condition of approval.
So if we requested those tonight, would we have a second public hearing after we receive that information?
No, staff could.
It would be a
could-
staff- it
you
would be
could
s-
continue and.
Okay, or it would be a
request to
staff-
see those.
a staff
Or-
activity.
Correct. You could just say, the staff would accept, they would submit, and the staff would say these are acceptable.
And also remember that we are recommending an ordinance to the Board of Trustees, so if they're a condition of your approval, it'd be required for the Board of Trustees consideration on Monday.
Okay.
Or I guess it wouldn't be Monday, it'd be on the second reading, which is
Correct.
to be determined.
Okay. So, but I thought this was a design review, and I didn't think design reviews went to the Board of Trustees if we approved them.
This is a special use permit.
It's a special use permit. Not, don't think of it as a design review.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. All right. Anything else
No, the staff recommends approval with those conditions.
with those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can we have the applicant please approach?
Did you want me to turn on the presentation? Or? I did not turn this, so it'll be behind you. Is that?
We can do it here. I guess we'll be fine.
I think so.
It's going, I see it's. May not be at the right
Oh, here we go. No, it pulled out over here.
The projector is on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, so,
Okay, so we need you to introduce yourself, your address, blah, blah, blah.
Hi, my name is Susan Lombardi, and I work at Nexius, and we are the consultants for New Singular Wireless, who is the applicant in this proceeding. Our address is 7025 South Fulton Street in Centennial, Colorado. And I'm also here with my colleague, Joe Oliver, who can address a lot of the questions I may not have the answers to. So this is just a brief overview of what we're seeking. So as Paul said, this is for 603 Indian Lookout Road. And there is a existing, it's the Forsberg property, and it's approximately 26 acres. And where the red balloon is our proposed location. It's a small compound of 25 by 25, and that would contain our monopine and our equipment and a generator. We do anticipate having it surrounded by a wood fence, but I believe Paul wants more detail, it sounded like, on that information. But that would be the proposed location. We'd access it off of Main Street, and the road is part of the original subdivision plat for the Forsberg property, and the HOA has indicated to us that they are willing to provide us an access and utility easement on that property. So that should not be an issue. This shows you the coverage that exists currently. So you can see to the northwest that we don't have very good coverage. And that's the area that AT&T is trying to cover and fill in the gaps, as Paul has indicated. If you look at the next one, you can kind of compare and see how much more coverage it provides, and it connects the network for AT&T. The two areas kind of go together. Yeah.
Can you point out where town is?
So the Forsberg property is about where the circle is, at the top, 143.
Where's the existing,
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Excuse me?
where's the existing macro down here?
You wouldn't see that because that's not our carrier.
There's a good illustration too.
So we wouldn't show how the map covers that. This is just for AT&T's network.
Stars where they're going to put it.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I know where they're gonna put it,
That's the other
I
one
just
that
don't-
AT&T has. And Joe, do you know where that one's located?
I mean, I get it now.
Oh, the coverage.
Yeah. Well, what we're looking at.
Yeah, it's
is
near
what's hard.
Longmont,
So that's about 15 miles away from here.
15.
15. 15.
1.5.
1.5, yeah.
15.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you can see this, but you can see some of the town boundary, very thin lines through here.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah. I think I'm the only one that can see it.
Yeah. I think this is downtown right here.
Yeah,
And then
Yeah, because the
there's
Forsberg property is,
LMJ.
yeah.
right there.
This is Apple Valley up this way. That's a farm. Steamboat. I think that's Steamboat right there. And then here's 36 coming down.
Yeah, which is why we have gaps in there. Okay.
And we're trying to fill those too.
Yeah.
You want the next picture? So the top shows, it's not a very good picture, but it's the best one we had, where the existing monopine is. If you can kind of look to the left of the picture, there's a compound. You can kind of see the wood fence. That's where the existing monopine is. And the bottom picture is basically a general overview of the property. Next picture, next slide. And then this would be the Ridgeview line. I know that's part of the code, and at the end of the slide deck, I do show where the proposed monopine is, and you can kind of see it does not impact the ridge line at all, and I think it maintains the aesthetics of the town. And then the bottom picture just shows you the type of trees that are on the property, which are ponderosa pines. And I did verify that with the landowner, and he did say they're ponderosa pines. So we would try to have it similar to those that exist on the property. Okay, next slide. This is just the overall sketch of the property, or the monopine. As you can see, the top does branch to hide some of the antennas, so that's like a 5-foot extension up there, so it doesn't just cut off at where the antennas are. It is zoned A2, the setbacks are satisfied. The antenna tip height would be 50 feet. We believe it does blend with the surrounding environment. It is next to an existing monopine, so there is that clustering, and we're not spreading it out throughout the town, having different telecommunication facilities all over. So it is kind of clustered into one area. Mr. Forsberg's property is a wedding venue, so I think it's an acceptable use on his property, and he's very happy to house it for us. He's signed a lease with us already, so we're moving forward with that. The next picture shows you, this is one of the installations AT&T has made, and that's one of the monopines. And then the next one is another example of a monopine that we've installed also. So those are just kind of two representative examples of monopines that have been constructed by AT&T. And I also, those are samples, but here's also a sample. If you all want to look at it, you want me to pass it around, whatever you'd like.
Sure. Pass it around.
Sure. It's kind of heavy. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, okay, we can put that in too. We're going to put some pine.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Some pitch on there?
Yeah, we'll go and get some little pine scents there, little sachets.
So would that bar, that would be on the entire
Right,
main
yeah.
structure?
Yes, that's the trunk of the tower.
Do you know how this matches what the existing tower is, the Sprint one today?
The one that, Joe's actually seen the one on the property right now. And do you know how that compares, Joe?
Can you come up and put your name into the record and
I'm Joe Oliver from Nexius Solutions, agent for AT&T Mobility and New Singular Wireless. When I visited the site, the current monopine was under construction, so they had a lot of the branches removed. But a lot of these companies use the same manufacturers. They're either going to be Larson or Stealth. I'm not sure which manufacturer they used, but I would assume they would have been subject to the same review criteria. And the technology for these stealth materials change over the years, so they only get better. So I would imagine ours would be a little bit more full, and that would be my conclusion to that.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a picture of one of the towers with the bark on it? You showed us 2 towers that AT&T's put
Right.
up, Payette and Coal Creek, but neither had bark. Do you have a picture with bark on it? Of an actual tower?
The Coal Creek one might have had bark.
Do you want to go back one?
No.
I mean, that one certainly doesn't look.
Yeah, that doesn't have the bark.
That doesn't have.
That's
We
shiny
received this
metal.
from the manufacturer, the sample, so that is what they would use to construct it. That's what they offered.
Yeah. Yeah, so all we would do is just call it out on the plan and say, you know, this model bark, fiberglass bark.
And then the last picture just shows, so the existing monopine is to the right, it's the red arrow, and then the proposed one is to the left. So you can see it blends in with the natural ridge line up there. It doesn't,
So how much taller is the AT&T antenna over the Sprint?
5 feet, just because we have the branching
Okay.
on top. So theirs is 50 feet, but we have the additional branching on top to
Okay.
try to make it look a little more aesthetically pleasing, natural.
So those right there are around the 50 feet mark, right there, which is about what a ponderosa pine goes to maturity.
Yeah, I mean,
They can grow pretty tall. I mean, I've seen them close to 70 feet, but
Okay.
it really depends, climate and all that.
I mean, they fit, I look at that every day, so they fit, the Sprint one today fits in nicely with the rest of the pine trees up there. So,
Where is this picture taken from?
That's
Main Street,
Main Street?
right across the Planet Bluegrass.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I
that's
thought
right.
that was Apple Valley. Which viewpoint is that?
That's just looking up the,
You had a viewpoint map that had each.
I don't have a viewpoint.
that's
map.
looking south.
We did have one.
I did, it's the photosims?
Yeah. If you do have that file, yeah, that'll definitely have it on there.
I kind of thought that was from Apple Valley Road.
Yeah, it's from Main Street.
I would think it's more from like near the creek.
Viewpoint 4.
I think it's facing
It's
Planet
north
Bluegrass?
northwest.
It's right there, if you know where Indian Lookout, where you take a left to go up the hill, it's just
East?
east, maybe
Okay.
100 yards.
That's about what I was thinking.
So which one of those points is it?
It's, see,
3.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
about right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Southwest.
So these are all the photosims.
So did you even know they were there?
No, well, I moved in one of those pictures, my house is right there.
Oh,
And so I was sitting in the front yard right after moving in, looked up, and I called Bob and I said, "What's that funny looking tree up there?" And he said, "That's Sprint." So it's really inobtrusive. It fits in nicely, and I would expect this to be the same.
right, and like Joe said, they've just improved over time.
Yeah.
So the stealthing of the monopine just looks better. So I think every generation tries to make it just a little better.
Yeah, the one I've seen in Netherland that went up
Oh,
maybe
that's-
10 years ago, 12
That's
years ago.
ugly.
It's ugly, but when it was first put up, I was surprised at how, not tree-like, I'm not going there, but I mean, how much better it looked than a regular tower that
Right.
we're used to our whole lives, you know?
And especially in this kind of environment, a monopole would just stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
So this does kind of harmonize with the surrounding environment.
Yeah. So what type of winds are these engineered for?
So we would do our structural analysis based on whatever local code calls for. I think in Boulder County, we did them for, I think it was 105 miles per hour.
It depends on where in Boulder County.
We'll run the structural analysis based off of the latest TIA regulations, local code. But yeah, they're pretty sturdy. I've never seen one fail brand new. And I've seen them run to 130 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, the one in
so.
Netherland failed.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's an old one. I mean,
It is.
so, yeah.
Can you just back up a couple of slides to see the vantage point from the center of town? That would be a 2.4 on Fifth Avenue.
It's 4.
That's 4, yeah. Like, not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it either.
Yeah.
Sure.
It
I'm not
says
sure
view
you can
4,
see
but
it.
that's- I don't think that's view 4.
No, that's from Main Street.
That's from-
That's
viewpoint.
that's from Highway 36.
I'm not seeing, that's what you all, I'm not seeing it from the town hall, basically, which would be Laverne Johnson Park and that vantage point.
You can't see that from Laverne.
Oh, there's no ridge line?
No,
It's back
can't see
behind.
over the
Yeah.
horizon to it.
You can only see it from the north looking south.
Okay.
First one's up.
Yeah, it just struck me as kind of a mission to not be able to see it from that way. I guess if it's not even visible.
That one picture with the cliffs may be from Laverne.
Well, if it was,
It's hard.
This one?
that's
Not
you
this
all.
one. Not that, that one.
That one.
That's Apple
That's
Valley.
Laverne Johnson Park.
No, that's Apple Valley.
That's Apple Valley.
Oh, is it?
That's number 1.
Yeah, it's looking right up the hill.
Oh, okay. Right underneath it, kind of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the primary concern, because that's where people would want to be in more of a natural setting. So from the main park in town. So from a visual impact standpoint, that'd be a really important feature. to
This is
illustrate.
really steep right here, though, which it doesn't show up here. I think from anywhere in the park, I don't think you'll be able to see
Yeah, it's,
the top.
Yeah, just out of curiosity.
We could walk outside and look.
I was surprised to know that there was even one existing. but-
Yeah.
In this part of the hearing, should be confined to questions for the applicant as well. We have to save our discussion for once all the evidence has been submitted.
Okay.
Just as a reminder.
All right, any other? I guess a question for the applicant, tell me if this is appropriate or not. So the staff engineer, the town engineering staff had 7 issues that they wanted on this motion. Or what-
Additional submissions.
Additional submissions. Could you read those out again? Because I just want to be really clear on those, and I'd like to get the applicant's view on those. If there's anything
Yeah.
that is enormously of a hindrance to the applicant.
A site plan showing the proposed gradings and limits of disturbance. Proposed grading required for the access and utility easement. Sediment and erosion control management during construction for all disturbed areas. Additional detail for the concrete pad and building foundation. Permanent revegetation of all disturbed areas. And a geotech report for the area below the foundation of the structure. And then permanent fencing detail, more detail on that.
Does the applicant have any comments on those at all?
I can comment on that. I think those are all reasonable concerns. Normally, in these tower projects, those are items that we would bring to the building department after we complete our planning review and zoning. And the reasoning for that is because if, say, the design needs a change, or if you all would want to see different materials used in the tower, then all of that could potentially change. Our foundations could change. The weights and the loading and all that could change. So we kind of like to tier our submittals to apply to that. I think in general we're okay with the conditions because that's all required for us to submit at one point just by AT&T policy. we have to have a foundation engineered. So as far as the geotechnical report for us, the reasoning why we wouldn't have that up front is because it's very expensive, and we have environmental studies. We have to do soil studies and all that before we can actually dig, and we actually have to order a tracked vehicle to take it up there and dig holes in the Forsberg property. So generally, we like to make sure we have some kind of a planning reassurance before we go and order all of that additional design work.
Yeah, you want to make sure it's going to happen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And from a legal perspective, the approval would be conditioned upon the latter submission of those things.
Yeah, yeah.
And so once they were submitted, the approval would be, finalized at that point. So
Yeah. All right.
they would not be required to be submitted unless some you could, prior to plan BOT approval.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicants at all?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Absolutely.
So one question I have is, I had some hours on a plane, so I was actually able to read the packet. I notice there's a statement here that says quiet zone studies may be required. Can you talk about that? What does that mean? Does that mean that the towers, that the monopines are noisy? It's on page 74. Or FDS general information.
That was in.
And then while Paul's looking that up, I can ask the other question, which is, so this is a special use permit. Is this special use permit specifically for this one monopine, or could other monopines be added under the same permit?
So it's a kind of a complicated question. So this is the approval you're giving here tonight is for this particular installation. However, under federal law, once a tower goes up, it becomes potentially subject to co-location. And so that would be subject to additional approvals, but once the initial installation has gone up, it becomes much easier for subsequent co-locations to be approved.
Okay.
But what you're approving here tonight is just this one installation.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a couple more questions about, so subsequent towers could go up on this site?
Not additional towers, but modifications or co-locations to the existing tower could potentially happen. It'd be difficult in this situation because there's camouflage, and one of the defeating elements of what we call a substantial change for wireless application is if you were to undermine the existing camouflage on the site, it's no longer, it's a substantial change, which it doesn't become eligible for that reduced level of review. And so for this particular site, it'd be pretty difficult not to go through that larger step of larger amount of process at least.
So, just so I understand, just for clarification, so co-location's not allowed where the antennas are camouflaged? Is that what you're saying?
They're allowed, so we'll back up a little bit, and I do wireless all over the place, so.
Okay.
So under federal law, there's a whole bunch of different shot clocks, right, for different types of installations, and there's limitations depending on the.
That's for 5G stuff, right?
That's for regular cell towers, for small cells. There's all sorts of different shot clocks. There's like 5 of them now. Okay. What we're here tonight is for a macro tower, for a new installation of a macro tower, 150-day shot clock. All of our standard zoning processes apply. If there would be a future application on this site for a co-location or modification, there would have to be analysis on whether or not that co-location or modification was a substantial change, and that term is defined under federal law. And where a site is camouflage, as is proposed here tonight, if that co-location or modification would somehow undermine the camouflage, it goes through a larger amount of review. The federal law allows us at that point to do a bigger review, versus if there wasn't a non-substantial change, this is a minor modification or co-location, we'd be required to approve that application within 60 days, so long as it met all the requirements of the original approval. And so, which is why my answer says complicated, because it depends on what this future modification or co-location looks like. It could be a lot of process, or it could be a little process.
I can actually add to that. As the manager of the tower, since we're the ones developing it, it's in our best interest to make it as co-locatable as possible.
Yes.
Because it's going to get us more income to the tower. and it pays back the construction costs and all that. So when we're, designing and developing stealth, and I think even on our elevation sheets in our plans, we included spaces that would be available for co-locators. So that's kind of accounted for. The problem with this area is the tree line. So folks that would want to co-locate underneath us might be put off by the fact that they're blocked by the tree line, which is why we had to be just above the tree line to be able to service Lions.
Yeah, I guess my concern is T-Mobile and Verizon will be knocking on our door soon, wanting to locate towers up there. And so we know that's going to happen, and we ought to prepare for it. And that's where I look to staff to figure out a way, how do we drive co-location and make sure that's a requirement? And then 5G's around the corner, and you guys will be knocking on the door here for small cells.
Right.
So that's entirely different authorization from a legal perspective. Every one of those, if T-Mobile were to come in and want a tower, that'd be a separate process. Small cells are an entirely different bag of worms that we work on quite frequently. But
I'm just trying to get us in this maybe dialogue for a workshop or something. How do we plan ahead and think through this? Because wireless is the way of life, and people expect it and demand it. And my understanding, talking with AT&T engineers, they'll be putting towers all up 36 all the way to Estes, like they did over on Highway 6 going out to the casinos.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, that's another discussion. Interesting.
I have a question too about co-location, just briefly. Was there an alternatives analysis conducted as to whether or not you could co-locate? I mean, you mentioned that at the beginning of your presentation on the existing tower. It's really only 5 feet lower. What was the rationale for not, I guess, replacing the tower or extruding the existing tower up to an additional 5 feet for co-location purposes? Maybe I missed it. Was any of that done?
So I can answer that, and I actually evaluated the original tower, and I can tell you that there's a few issues, and it's kind of a double-edged sword if we evaluated attaching to that tower. The first issue is the ridge line. If we were to make the tower taller, we need 10 feet of clearance from the next carrier, so we'd have to make the tower about 15 to 20 feet taller to accommodate 8-foot antennas. So now we're kind of defeating the stealthing purpose to blend in with that tree line, which makes it a little bit harder to meet that stealthing criteria. And now we're going to have to go through a whole separate, more complex process, the same exact hearing process that we would for a new tower to begin with. Secondly, the tower's managed by SBA Communications, which AT&T's had frequent problems with financially. They've been charging rent rates that are like 400% above market rate, and so that's not ideal. And additionally, as part of the terms of their agreement with the Forsbergs, we would have to work out a separate agreement with them as well. So it made sense from a business perspective to just work with the Forsbergs directly and build a similar tower and not affect the ridge line. And also that avoids any potential structural issues of attempting to extend a tower by that much. So there's multiple elements that work there. So.
Any other questions for the applicant? No. All right, thanks.
The quiet zone
yeah, that's right. Let's get back to the first question.
was identified in this document that was submitted by you. Quiet zone studies may be required under this. And I'm not sure what that was referring to.
Is it RF interference?
no, we don't consider those as part of our applications.
Okay, and
Usually it's a noise requirement in the code is generally what it is, that the cellular providers will do a noise analysis to make sure that the usually it's the generator.
It's the generator.
Doesn't, emit a level of noise that's over what's allowed by code.
And my concern is it's less about the Forsbergs. I mean, they obviously want this on their property, so they're not concerned about the noise, but how that might affect surrounding wildlife. The view shed is one thing, and the ridgeline is one thing, and then, the more cell towers we add to a specific area, how does that affect all of the critters living there?
So this is an AT&T internal engineering document, and they will put that on every tower they're attempting to develop in Boulder County, because Boulder County has a quiet zone regulation. So they kind of just flag that because it's additional engineering they'll have to conduct and it costs money. But the generators that we use are frequently approved for any time a municipality or any governing entity requires a noise study. They generally pass. We spend a lot of money on our generators, and they're designed to be quiet. They're meant to just provide a 48-hour backup in case power goes out. Out east, back when they had all those hurricanes, it's kind of interesting. More people lost power than cell phone coverage. And that's the reasoning for having the generators. But that is just an internal AT&T flag saying we might have to conduct this study based on its vicinity in Boulder County. So that was probably, like I said, that's put into everything that goes through Boulder County. So.
Okay, thank you.
So will this new cell tower help us with our next flood?
Yeah.
Is it going to be anything substantially better? I forget, did we lose cell phone coverage during the flood? I wasn't here. I was traveling.
That was,
And Chair, make sure your microphone's on for the record.
Yeah. I just asked a question about, we're going to flood again at some point. We know that.
Right. And that's another factor. We like to evaluate flood zones and floodplains and all that. Obviously, the Forsbergs are on top of that big hill, which makes it ideal for development on these, safety facilities.
But it's the fact that it'll still operate during a flood. So
yes,
all
even
the
if
people down here,
a substation goes out or anything, we still have that backup generator that can last 2 days.
Yeah, you'd have to get fuel after 2 days up there, and if the access is cut off, then,
And do you do anything for wildfire mitigation at all? That if we do get a wildfire, the cell phone will stay active as well?
Yeah, our walk-in cabinet that we have actually has a very well-engineered system for smoke detection, and it'll because we like to keep it cool. There's electronics in there, so we don't want them to overheat. So if it detects smoke to a certain level, and it's all very well done engineering, it'll basically shut off all of the vents to the facility, and the HVAC will stop working. So the site won't be impacted by the smoke, but we do have to worry about it overheating. And at that point, there's a fire anyway, so we worried about the equipment being damaged. But as far as smoke damage, we're pretty well mitigated against that.
Okay. All right.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
Are these lightning rods? These towers?
By function, no. But I would imagine if lightning were to strike something at the top of that hill, it would probably strike the towers first.
So, Paul, do we have some sort of code that would remediate potential fire from lightning strikes on something like this? Because I'd hate to have the whole hill catch on fire because of one and now maybe two new lightning rods.
Not that I know of.
And that's not typical in any wireless code I've ever seen. I mean, if lightning's going to strike this tower, it's going to be better than striking a tree in terms of catching on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking just when it comes to ground, is there it just seems like there should be a code in place to, 20 feet away and a diameter of 20 feet or something, have nothing combustible nearby. Because here's the thing, if you have a tree and a metal antenna, the lightning's going to hit the antenna every time, right?
So I can talk to that a little bit. As Susan mentioned, we do have a 25-foot by 25-foot compound that'll be all gravel and cleared for our equipment, and it'll be fenced in. In addition to that, all of our towers are grounded. We have 8-foot long ground rods that go in, and they're all spaced by 8 feet around the tower.
How many are there?
Usually that comes in kind of a later down the process when we do our grounding plan, but I would say if they're spaced 8 feet and they're all around the tower, I would say 10 or 12. they're not entirely meant for lightning strikes, but they're more meant for surges and that
Yeah.
sort of thing. But that does help. I mean, to your point, there is
Absolutely.
space between the tower itself. If it were to get hit by lightning, for example, there's at least a lot of clearance around the tower.
Right, got it. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Any more questions?
Just
All
one
right.
more for you, Joe. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Just curious about maintenance on the camouflage. Is there a regular maintenance schedule if some of the materials begin to break down, or is there something codified for that on these?
Normally, we don't specifically have maintenance schedules for guys to come out and inspect just for the stealthing. It's more structural issues, network issues, electrical, fiber optic cable issues that they would inspect for. In my experience, that's usually something that the jurisdiction would impose that, and that could be by, complaint from the landowner, or if someone just happens to be up there for a wedding, they could say, hey, there's branches all over the place, or, but that's usually not, I wouldn't say formalized specifically for tower maintenance.
Okay, thanks.
And the camouflaging will be a condition of the land use approval, so if the camouflaging was no longer effective, it would be a violation of the land use code.
All right. Any more questions? Okay, so I have to open it up to audience or public comment. Okay, I can close it to public comment. So for the record, it was open just in case I missed anybody out there. All right. Okay, so can we have a proposed motion here? An actual motion, I mean.
Actual motion. Okay. I would like to move to recommend that the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees adopt an ordinance approving an application by Singular Wireless PCS for a use by special review of a wireless telecommunications facility.
With the conditions.
With the conditions that are going to be set in place by staff.
Can I read off those conditions?
Absolutely,
And
yes.
see if you concur with what they are. So I
Okay.
have a site plan showing the proposed grading and limits of disturbance, a proposed grading required for the access and utility easement, sediment and erosion control management during construction for all disturbed areas, additional details of the concrete pad / building foundation, permanent revegetation of all disturbed areas, a geotech report, permanent fencing details, and camouflage of the site. Does that match your recollection?
Yes.
All right, do I have a second for the motion?
I second.
All right, thank you.
Who was the second?
Doug Miller?
He won again, so. All right. Any comments on the motion? Open it up to the commission.
I'm wondering, when it comes to the generator and the flood, you asked about the cell phone service during the flood, and I know I couldn't talk to my husband for a couple of days because there wasn't any, and it was terrifying. I'm wondering if there's a way to ensure that there's more than 2 days of fuel for a generator in the case of a natural disaster. And I don't know if that's something that we can require, I have no idea, but it seems like in the event of a natural disaster, 2 days isn't much, and having that communication service would be really vital for people's health and safety.
Leo, can you comment on that?
And there's no requirement under the code that they provide for that. And typically it's not, there are facilities out there, many, that do not even have generator service at all.
Yeah.
And so I think it may be something worth looking at a future code amendment potentially, but on this one,
Okay.
since it was not something that was required from the applicant in the first place, I think it may pose some issues.
Okay.
Other comments? Doug?
Nope.
Josh? Dave? Okay, yeah, I don't have any substantial comments either, other than, I totally agree with Holly. I'm not worried about the stealth stuff. That's all taken care of. Everyone has a vested interest in that. The landowner wants it to be stealth. They run a business on their property. They don't want something ugly. You guys don't want something ugly. You don't want something that's noticed because you don't want vandalism. That's all fine. I hope the conditions from the engineering staff are good. They're kind of above my pay grade, but I'm just going to trust the town staff on that. And I'm just happy to be getting a new tower because, yes, I was in Boston during the flood. I couldn't get a hold of my wife. So anything that we can do to have better emergency preparedness in town is all good. That's my only comment. Any other final comments?
Nope.
All right.
Just one comment, I made this already, but I do think this is really important to the town from public safety aspect, from just the expectation that town occupants require wireless nowadays. I've lived through this too many times, so I would just suggest we have some kind of planning session in the future to think through this, look at it from a four-carrier perspective and not deal with each one of these individually.
Great, yeah. All right, should we take a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, so that's all in favor, no nays. So that will go on to the Board of Trustees. All right, so do I need a motion to adjourn the public hearing? Is that,
Not to adjourn the public hearing, adjourn the meeting.
adjourn the meeting, yeah. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I motion to adjourn the meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right. We're done, thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
We can get to the music.
Yeah. Got what, a half hour left?
Okay, so we're up August 12th.
So we don't have one, I have on my calendar later this month? Or is that
Well,
what
no,
this
we
week
only
was?
we only do twice a month. And this July, it looks like we have 4